Sure, because within 10 or 15 minutes, we could be home. Yeah.
Morning, everyone.
Starting.
I think we should start with you guys repeating it back. Don't you think? Good morning.
Morning, Chairman.
You stole my thunder. I am Commissioner John Slutsky. This is the meeting of the Air Quality Control Commission. It is 8:31 on Friday, February 20th, 2026, and we are in the Sabin Clare room at the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment, but also via Zoom. Please be advised this meeting will be recorded and streamed live via YouTube. The recording will also be made available for public viewing after this event. We have a quorum of 8 air quality control commissioners today, including myself, Curtis Reeder, Greg Thomas, Dan Blankenship, Jana Milford, Martha Rudolph, Shelley Miller, and Jim Sewell. We are also supported by our staff, Jeremy Murray, Administrator, Robin Willie, Corey Holler, our counsel, and Jenny Ray, Program Coordinator. We're going to just dive in where we left off yesterday, and I'm going to pass the gavel to our hearing chair.
Thank you, sir.
Martha Rudolph.
I can get organized here. All right. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Nice.
All right, this is a continuation of rulemaking hearing for regulation number 7 on oil and gas operations. We are considering revisions to regulation number 7 to address oil and gas operations impacted by EPA's emission guideline 40 CFR subpart Clause OC and revisions to the greenhouse gas intensity targets for small upstream operators. Yesterday, we concluded direct and rebuttal testimony. However, we kept the record open, anticipating that there would be further evidence coming into the record, which we did receive some evidence yesterday evening regarding the divisions. More of a walkthrough of what the division's proposal or how they view some of the issues that are outstanding. We also wanted to keep the record open because I'm personally want to, and I'm sure other commissioners have questions for some of the parties and the division today. So with that, I guess what I would ask commissioners, if any of you have questions that you would like to ask any of the parties. And I suppose let's start with the division. Right, division?
Jenny, if you could pull up the errata, please. Page 56.
Maybe want them to go through their spreadsheet first or
No.
Okay.
I have specific questions about the existing regulatory language that I think they did not address, so I'm wanting to ask clarifying questions. If I missed it in the spreadsheet, then they can tell me. 56. Yeah, okay, so it's 2J1, it's the lead paragraph for 2J1. Maybe. Okay. No, go up.
Right there.
Previous page.
Yeah, maybe the previous page. I'm trying to think where it starts. Yes, okay, so this is it, 2J1, and it's the methane emissions requirements option specified in sections 2J1A through D is my question. Now you can scroll down to page 56. 2J1A is control of wet seal emissions. B is control of dry seal emissions. Keep scrolling down. C, J1C is the volumetric measurements, and 2J1D then is your options to route your events to. So I guess the question is it really controls in 2J1A through D, or is it controls in 2J1A, B, and D? In terms of how that language is phrased.
Good morning, Liam Hartland with the division. This was also raised in the party red lines out C, because C is volumetric flow measurement provisions that relate to how you conduct volumetric flow. And so our position is that they all need to be in there because that relates to the option to control using the volumetric flow measurement. So the volumetric flow measurement itself is not the control option, but it does go with the volumetric flow control option. So that is why.
You're saying you can't use D without C included.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Go to page 63. Similar question for 2K1A. 2K1. Start with 2K1. Go back up just a smidge. Previous page, I guess. Yeah, so that says option specified 2K1 through 2KD. I guess your answer would probably be the same. 2K1 talks about control of emissions, and B, C, and D are not really control of emissions per se. But I'm guessing you have the same answer for that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go to page 70, please. 2K1E, 2F and G. Yeah, that's it. So the question is, what is placed on delay of repair? Is it the rod packing repair and replacement, or is it the compressor repair that's placed on delay of repair? And I guess I'd like to hear your thoughts on why it's the rod packing repair versus the compressor repair.
So what we have here actually tracks Quad OC, and the use of compressor doesn't.
Thank you. Go to page 75, 4A16. question on this one is, JWIG had suggested language, I think, for including language that excludes Quad OB sources in this definition. And just wanted to hear your perspective on that.
So we did not agree to include that here. We have it with the applicability section. This is a definition defining all of the designated facilities, and then within applicability, the requirements down in B4A don't apply to the designated facilities that are subject to Quad OB because they have to comply with Quad OB. So we feel it's better suited to stay in the applicability and not call that out here because it really, they're still a designated facility. It's just what they're subject to.
And lastly, go to page 6. 4B A1 I right there. So this is the controversy about A through F versus A through D plus F. And when I was reading through this last night, it seems like A through D and F all have compliance dates that are 2027-ish. But E with the pneumatics has compliance dates starting in 2029. So the concern is the phrase at the end of this is within 12 months of approving the 111D plan. So in a world where I don't know how quickly EPA is going to approve 111D, but say it gets submitted at the end of this year and they approve it in say sometime in 27, then it would appear to imply that those pneumatic dates hold up from 2029 into within 12 months of the date of approval in 2027, the way it's written. Is that a correct interpretation, or do you understand that differently?
So I would say that if you're not a Quad O source, you begin complying in 27 for everything except for pneumatics. You have until 29. You could start, obviously, we certainly hope that sources do, but you'd have until 29 to complete your pneumatics. If, excuse me, if the EPA, so we'll send the plan to EPA in January of 27. They have 12 months after they find that it's complete to approve it. And I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. See? So for a Quad O source, they would begin to comply 12 months after EPA approved that. So it actually would like roughly align out with this date anyway. But if you carve out 2E from the overall applicability, our concern is that those sources won't be subject the way that it's structured. And so you would have a provision that under the applicability, they're not actually having to comply with. So I think there's two concerns with this is the dates of implementation
Go back to the language
versus the structure.
Okay, I'm trying to understand that. Well, that's it. So beginning on my computer, I actually can read it easier.
You zoom in a little.
Owners must comply with something. Equipment is subject to the requirements. Equipment not subject to this. Equipment must comply. Equipment subject to 12 months after EPA approves.
12. Beginning 12.
Okay, so you're okay. I think I hear what you're saying. Because don't call that out. is there a way to, is there an option for adding a phrase that would something like within 12 months or on the compliance date listed in the following subsection? The way I heard you describe it, you're commit January 27, they EPA approves January 20 because they have to do it within 12 months. You know, EPA's timeline is very unpredictable, based on PAC. It could be 18 months, it could be 6 months. We don't really know, and I guess I'm thinking about that 6-month thing. If it's early, then to me, that introductory paragraph is saying you get them to comply before the January 29th date.
They could.
Yeah.
So I guess if you're thinking through how to adjust the 29 date, is that what we're struggling with here? Based on this provision related to the unknown time of which EPA would act on this?
I guess the question I'm asking is how do we ensure that in the event EPA had an earlier approval that we're not accelerating that 29 date? Is there language for that? Yeah,
I'm sure I could come up with language for it.
Why don't you think about that? I finished my questions.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand your issue. So looking at 4B, 4A, where are you concerned about? Where's the language?
So go through A through F beginning 12 months.
Oh, there it is.
Must comply with requirements A through F beginning 12 months after the approval of 111D. And then when you go down to section E.
Yeah,
E
got it.
has the 29 days.
It is, yeah, because at the beginning of 4B, 4A1, it does say or on the timing otherwise specified. So it's beginning January 1, 20 or on timing, and then it goes back, then it goes down below and it says that, so it is kind of,
Right.
You're dealing with 3 different potential dates here.
Right. That's
Mm.
my
Yeah.
question. Or
Yeah.
And can you explain why that's bothersome? I think that might be more of an appropriate question for deliberations to talk.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's.
I don't know.
I'm trying to follow. Yeah,
Or
I'm not.
or you could ask that question of Jay-Wig if you want.
Yeah.
They could tell you why they think that's bothersome.
yeah, those are all the questions I had.
Other commission questions for the division?
Oh.
Commissioner Sewell.
My question's really about clarity on something for myself, I guess, but on the oil and gas small operator greenhouse gas intensity rule, is that, I didn't really see it in the green light, red light piece. Is that something that's going forward? I noticed like Western Slope Coke had a comment about it again in the rebuttal.
So the revisions that ended up in our green light, red light slides are ones that have, we would oppose. Red light is pretty clear. The green ones would be additional revisions we would want in addition to what's included in our errata.
Yeah.
And our errata reflects revisions made to the intensity section through the rulemaking process. There haven't been any other ones, so it's still in the packet for you to act on. There just aren't additional revisions that we're proposing for that beyond what's already in there.
So it has the adjusted date to 2030 for
Right.
small operators.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Other commission questions? I have a few. I think it's important for the commission to really, it's clear for the commission what the division's position is on a number of, on actually the alternate proposal. I think we've got it from the midstream folks, but from the JWIG alternate. And yesterday, you went through a number of provisions pretty quickly, and it could, yeah, as you well know, when you're reciting 4B, 4A1, and we're out here scrambling hard. So but I appreciate that I did last night a crosswalk. And that's helpful. It doesn't include everything from what JWIG has asked for, at least that I could tell. I was trying to figure that out last night, and it seemed like there were some things that were not addressed. So I would like for you, if you could sort of not spend a lot of time, but go through your crosswalk fashion that is helpful to the commission so that we can kind of follow you. And then also explain, let me rephrase, can't ask a preliminary question. So my understanding from what JWIG has said is that the alternative language that they are proposing was intended as clarification, not as substantive changes, to assist the operators in knowing what, really clarify for the operators what they're required to do. And at the same time, it would also be, there was some discussion about the inspectors and enforcement that they would also, it's clear for them. And you were indicating that you have coordinated with some of the issues that we talked about yesterday. And I appreciate that. So my question to you is, one, can you kind of walk through what you provided to us last night? Talk about the provisions which I'm understanding that aren't on here, that you still are not supportive. You don't support them. You want your original language, but why? And is the JWIG, is it in your view the changes are substantive, or are they clarification that you disagree with for some other reason besides being sensitive? Does that, can you
Commissioners, while they're thinking, I just want to clarify that to the extent your expectation was that this sheet would address all of the red lines and explain why they don't, which ones they're not making and why. That's on us as staff. What we asked the division to do was provide you a crosswalk of what they would support. Right. And yeah. So I just don't want you to think it wasn't because the division.
No. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give that impression. Yeah. Thank you.
I just wanted to own that.
Yeah. No. I realize that this is not part of the assignment to throw everything out there for you, but I think it would be helpful to us to really understand if you can sort of generally talk about what the issues are on the things that aren't in here that, at any rate, you can do that.
Can I add to that? Because I'm really a piece, which is a couple of times I heard the reason is because Quad OA does it that way, so we want to do it that way. But that's to me that there needs to be another reason. I like a little bit more explanation of if EPA does it that way, we're going to do it that way. Why that's important.
That was a lot of questions.
Oh I know. I'm kidding.
So I'm Will Marshall from the Colorado Attorney General's Office, the Division's Counsel for this rulemaking. I think how we're going to try and parse these questions is I'm going to give a big picture overview of kind of like what we were thinking, both with the spreadsheet, what's in there, and some initial responses to some of those questions. Then I'm going to pass it over to Leah to talk about in detail some of the lines or rows in the spreadsheet and what the division's thinking. Okay. So I'll sort of start with Commissioner Miller's last question about why it's important that we try and match up with Quad OC, right? And the short answer is we think that it makes our 111D submittal and approval from EPA easier. That is not simply a box checking exercise like we like or whatever EPA. It's like, no, we want to try and match Quad O C as much as we can to make our 111D plan easier. I'll sort of start there. As I get into the spreadsheet here, there are 3 columns. There's a section column, a language column, and an alignment with the alternate proposal column. And again, I'm going to zoom way far out to talk really big picture about what this is. Go ahead.
What do you mean by easier? What do you mean by that?
So in EPA reviewing our state rules in comparison to their federal rules, when we have to show that we have a same, similar, or exceeding program, and we've done this with control techniques guidelines in the SIP context and emission guidelines in the 111D context, they will compare side by side our language to their language. That's how they start their review. And so when we match our language, it makes that step forward into talking through our program and how it relates easier for EPA and for us. Does that help?
Okay. So the purpose, so 3 columns: section, language, alignment with alternate proposal, right? Section and language is fairly straightforward. I don't think you guys need me to explain that too, although I'm happy to. The important thing in the language section is that the bold is the changes and what I think we're terming a final proposal, so that if the commission wanted to, it could make a motion on this language to be put into the final version of the regulation. So there's no crayons, there's no school bus yellow, there's no pink. It's just the text with bold are the updates from the language that you have already seen. And this spreadsheet, with one exception that I'll get to at the bottom, tracks what Leah walked through yesterday on our rebuttal slides. So that's columns A and B. Column C is an overview of whether what we have done in bold is a Control C, Control V of what the alternate proposal language was. In other words, I think I have this right. The first 2 were non-JWIG alternate proposals. And those are, you can see, we just copy and pasted that language into column B. Where there is a revision in column C, and Jenny, I don't know if you can scroll down for us. That is something where the division agrees, I'll say directionally, with what an alternate proposal does or is what we think they're trying to do, but disagrees with how they got there and has come up with where we think a better alternative to get to the same result is. And if you scroll all the way down to the last row, that is the LDAR parenthetical that was raised by the JWIG rebuttal testimony and agreed to by the division in its SIR rebuttal testimony.
Say that again. Where is that one?
That one's right here. The last line, 65, row 60.
Oh, yeah.
And like, just flag, we're trying to get the procedure right here, which is why this is its own section, and it came up a little different. A couple more big picture thoughts on what this table is not. This table is not addressing the red stoplight colors that you saw yesterday, and this table is not addressing the yellow light where the division has no position. So the intent here is that this is the proposal that the division supports as of last night when we sent this email, the incorporation of all of these edits. I will pause slowly. to talk about specifics.
I-
Can I interject a question
Mhm.
here? So the yellow ones, because there are a lot of them, you said the division has no position, but just to clarify, the decision or the division has had a chance to review them. And if you thought they were helpful, you would have said green light.
Correct.
Can I?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll go back to, I asked this question yesterday, but I've slept since then. I actually slept really good. But slide 27 on the rebuttal slides, it says the division requests that the commission adopt the proposed revisions to Reg 7 as proposed in the errata version submitted on February 18th. And I believe that you told me that all of the green light stuff in the presentation that was listed above was already incorporated into the errata. Is that correct? No, it wasn't. So, okay. So is the green light items incorporated into the crosswalk?
Yes.
Oh, so, yes, it is.
Yes.
It is. Okay. All right. So, I presume that you have reviewed in detail all of the JWIG alternative proposals.
Yes.
And then I'm also presuming that the crosswalk spreadsheet incorporates all of the JWIG alternative proposals that you as staff deem reasonable and appropriate.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other commission questions? All right, I have one, and this may be a dumb question. Where are the yellow light? There were a lot of them. Where are they? I know in your presentation yesterday, you had green and red. And you kind of talked about some yellow, but they weren't clearly marked as yellow, I didn't think, unless I'm missing something. Can you remind me where the yellows are?
They still live within the alternate proposal. Because we weren't taking a thumbs up, thumbs down position on them, we did not put them into our slides.
Okay, wait a minute. So say all that again. Say what the division's position is. Yep, and I may not have followed that. Can you say that again?
Okay.
So the commission has not seen yellow light from the division. Those exist, as Leah said, in the alternate proposal, but we have not presented on what we think are yellow and or why they're yellow. I think we have those slides and can do that if the commission requests.
So am I understanding this correctly, that on your green and red, it was like chili, on the slide yesterday where you had the green and the red, these are the division's positions on the alternative proposals that were presented, where it's not in the green and red, where there are other language changes in the alternative proposal, those are all yellow.
Correct.
Oh. Okay. All right. Other commission questions? Good.
This is a little bit of a hypothetical beyond the rulemaking today. But you're suggesting we should use certain language because it mirrors Quad OC. If before we submit stuff in January of 27, EPA were to pull back Quad OC, is it the division's intention to leave all of these rules as state only?
Yes,
But then is there a benefit of mirroring auto C language if it's state only?
there's a benefit to it now because as of now, that rule exists. Would we want to revisit some of these provisions because EPA's language isn't always amazing? Possibly.
Thank you.
I'd also just like to really hammer the point that EPA is unpredictable. We don't know when, how, or where they're gonna, or what they're gonna do to Quad OC. And so I appreciate the hypothetical. We don't know. We really just don't know.
I appreciate, trying to ask questions to think through all the different scenarios. So thank you.
Other commission questions? I have one last question. You had indicated that you wanted to keep language, at least in part, to make it easier for EPA to approve, so that the side by side. On the yellow proposals, is that an issue for, if the commission were to adopt JWIG's, what you've listed as yellow, is that potentially an issue as well for EPA approval of because the language would be changed from, I haven't looked at it close enough to know how it tracks with the Quado language.
So if there was something something in yellow that was going to potentially cause problems for our moving this forward to EPA, it would not be in yellow. It would either be in red or we would have put it in green and suggested a change.
Got it. Presume that. Okay. Any other commission questions?
Did you want me to touch on a few things in the table?
Okay, hold on just a second. Commissioner Milford.
I just wondered if you could go through, not a lot of them, but a couple of the yellow ones, just so people are aware of what kind of language changes we're talking about in that category.
Absolutely.
Yellow.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with a green because it relates to a yellow. So
Yeah, sorry, can you clarify, are you working off the sheet that's on screen now that you submitted last night? Because I thought you said that yellow is not in this sheet.
correct. So if you could go to line 48. And then I will just verbally speak to a yellow in comparison to something that's on the crosswalk.
And when you get there, will you give the commission some time to pull up the yellow in front of whatever the yellow, without us having the color coding, it's very, very, very hard.
If you
want to call them
alternate
the ones where we
proposal.
have no position, right? Maybe instead of yellow.
When you say 48,
Yeah.
38.
Then the final.
With what slide?
On there.
Line
48. They have a spreadsheet, we have it.
Wait,
Oh.
This is the sheet that they provided. This is line 48 on that sheet.
You're-
You say one.
oh, I don't have lines.
The line 48 refers to line 48 on the sheet that you were provided last night. It's on the screen.
Yeah, but I've got it printed.
Section.
It's next to last page.
D1D.
Thank you.
Next last page, second.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, sorry. Okay,
Okay. So this is green language off of our rebuttal slides. And
Okay.
if you wanted to look at the joint or the joint industry alternate red lines in that section. And I'll speak slowly because you can bring it up to look at. Our language here is a revision to their language because they're including in the beginning of that paragraph before we start with the cumulative hours, and I can read it. If implementing the rod packing replacement emissions requirement.
hold on just a second. I'm trying to find their language.
Are you reading from the JWIG rebuttal slides?
Indeed.
Their alternate red line that they sent in on the 11th. It's probably in their slide somewhere, but just the actual text.
See, rebuttal slides.
A 2K1. 2K.
It's easier to follow on the slide and hear your voice at the same time.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Commissioners, we've asked Jenny to have the JWIG alternate proposal also pulled up so we can switch between it as Leah talks. So if you'll just give Jenny 1 second. That way when Leah's reading from something, she'll tell us what she's reading from, and that's what we'll make sure we have on screen.
It's page 68 of the alternative proposal. Okay.
Think it. Gateway, is that the rebuttal? Is that the rebuttal? Yeah, their language is on page that present. Okay. That would be. That's where I found it. This is page 20.
And I'm just gonna offer that we should all give ourselves a little grace, because this is all of our first rulemaking under the new procedural rules, and it's very different. And so, I certainly, knew that this was gonna be hard for us, so that's why I brought topic response. Yes.
Everybody there? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if you scroll down a little bit, Jenny, to D1A. So our language, when you look at the table, does not have all of the blue text here because so we understand that the industry is suggesting this, if implementing the rod packing emissions requirement in the section, then you track the cumulative hours. So we understood that this paragraph, as we have it, which is the red and then the blue highlight, didn't break apart the various times of which you might need to track your hours as well as it could have. So that's why we put it in green, because we thought that would approve. Why we didn't take the extra language here is not that it would run contrary to Quad OC, but that with our structuring of pointing to the section, so since the previous rod packing replacement conducted pursuant to section 2K1A2, saying if implementing this, then you track it. If you conducted it pursuant to this, it was duplicative, and it just added, we felt, unnecessary words. Really, this language does not change what we're trying to say with our language, but stylistically and for ease of reading and for sheer amount of verbiage was why we didn't pick up all of the red lines here. So some of this language falls into green because we agree that there could be a clarification, and some of it would fall into yellow because we don't think it's a significant improvement on what the language was, particularly considering how we address the concern with our green language.
Got it.
Okay, so I think I got an example of a green and a yellow all in one. But we certainly can talk through other examples as well.
That I think is a helpful example, and so I'm good, thank you.
All right, other commission questions? Does the commission want the division to walk through the document that they submitted last night?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. I think we're good then. Are we good? Any other questions for the commission or for the division?
If you're pondering questions,
Yes.
we'll say we had additional conversation with the parties of the alternate proposals yesterday after we concluded about the manifolded groups and alt aim, if you have questions.
Okay, can you talk about any further discussions you may have had that clarify things for us?
Happy to. Thank you for the question. So in talking through the concern a bit more, we understand that it's less of a, well, industry would like to restructure the compressor sections. We have them structured in many ways to align with EPA structure, so purposeful. Their question with the manifolded groups is to provide clarity to, okay, so you have to take a measurement from a certain place on manifolded groups, but what measurement? So we think it could be a value add for the commission to consider in those two sections, and my screen just froze. The two manifolded sections to also include a reference to the measurement sections above. So manifolded groups have to measure at this point, and measurements must be done in accordance with these two sections. We do see that that could be a value add. And oh, there it is. This came up again. And I could, if you wanted, I could tell you those two sections.
Sure. Please.
2J1C2.
Two.
Yep. So that would be the centrifugal compressors. And similar in reciprocating 2K1B3. So Jenny has scrolled down to the reciprocating section. So after, after the period, you could consider adding something like measurements must be taken in accordance with the methods in sections 2K1B1 or 2K1B2, which would then point back up to the options for how you conduct those measurements. And similar for centrifugal, but obviously pointing to the appropriate citation.
Can we get that language
Yeah.
in writing for us to refer to?
Yeah.
I think we can. I can email it to Jeremy and Jenny. Okay.
That would be helpful.
The other topic that seemed to have some confusion that we followed up with the parties on was where we're clarifying, and we all seem to agree that clarification is necessary for if you're using a leak detection and repair program to look at your compressor.
Sorry, just, are we on the sheet that you submitted last night or just in the JWIG alternate?
No,
We are in the,
neither.
neither. It's in our green, but there is a potential clarification to our green, which would make it teal.
No, so okay, I'm really sorry.
Teal? So what you
My
said?
assumption, clarifying for the record, I know this is unusual for me to be talking like this. My understanding is everything that you're okay with, what you have been calling green, is in the sheet you submitted last night.
Yes.
So if you are talking about something that is green, can you please refer by row to the spreadsheet that you submitted, row or section to the spreadsheet that you submitted last night? So it is clear in the record when we go to make changes, right, or prepare the rule for submitting to the Secretary of State, that we know what we're talking about.
Yes.
If it's yellow and so it's not in this spreadsheet, please, when talking about it, refer to the provision by name and say if it's in the JWIG alternate or not.
Okay.
Have rows. When you talk about rows, we have no rows.
There are rows in the spreadsheet?
No.
I didn't even identify
I don't
it
have
as a spreadsheet PDF.
Okay, you guys have the PDF. Jenny has the spreadsheet, the native one online. So we'll go by section then, right? Because the sections are in the spreadsheet. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Sorry, I had the.
We have no natives on ours or whatever that is.
Okay.
But does otherwise what I said make sense to commissioners? Is that how you understand this should proceed?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Yes,
So-
but I was understanding that you're talking about something that you did after. And it's not, so it's nowhere. And you're gonna, is that right?
So the manifolded piece would be in the yellow, but the sections we're talking about.
First, start with, is the section that we're looking at on the sheet that you submitted last night?
I was getting there. No.
Okay,
But I also cannot directly refer to what section we would suggest the revision should be in as an alternate because industry puts it somewhere else. So it's an alternate, but our suggestion to clarify would not be using their language.
For the there are two issues we're talking about.
Yeah.
For the manifold issue.
So that would be, and I think you were asked if you could provide that language and that then we could look at it at some point. But you were also continuing on with additional conversations that you've had, right?
Yeah.
A different issue.
And this provision is on the spreadsheet.
And what's the section number, please?
So there's two because the language is the same for, again, centrifugal and for reciprocating. So it is section 2J1C1C.
2J1.
C1C. And you can leave it on the screen because the language is the same.
Wait. 2J1B?
C.
Oh, C1C. Okay, got it. Thank you.
And then just for the record, the similar language would be in 2K1B1C, but you can look at either paragraph because they're the same. So the questions by the industry parties was related to the other division approved methodologies and what would be the threshold for that, because the leak thresholds that are associated with alternatives go with the approval. And so we would suggest, I'm happy to send this along as well, so you don't frantically take notes, that it would be any emissions detected with the IR camera or OGI, which is already in there. The emissions above 500 ppm V using EPA method 21, which is already in there. But to clarify for the other approved methodologies that it would be emissions are detected by other division approved instrument-based monitoring method or program exceeding the leak identification requiring repair threshold established in the approval. And we recognize that that's a mouthful, but that relates to that program within Reg 7 and how it is identified in the leaks requiring repair section.
And if I can give just like super zoom out what we're trying to accomplish there, and in response to questions and JWIG comments yesterday, is we're trying to allow for three ways, right? OGI, method 21, and then something else that the division approved, and trying to tie how that gets into here by the method that the division approves.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I understand the issue, correct me if I'm wrong, was with that third was not tied to a, yeah. Okay. And we have to, well, I just see a typo, but that's okay.
we can fix typos
I know,
when we go to the.
I know you can, which is why I'm saying more than just that.
So can we get that language too?
We need to get that language, yeah, the exceeding the leak detection and repair and whatever the rest of it is.
And then I have one note on format here. So what is on the screen right now is an native Excel spreadsheet. That is a mirror copy of what the parties and the commission were provided last night in PDF form.
Right.
With one typo.
500 is missing in the second one, yeah.
Would it make sense just to update this table that we have, do a revision of it, then send it out to all parties?
No. I think that we need to make some decisions today and that would delay this. So.
But you're gonna give us the language for the two things that you just described. And then that will.
Sentence.
Okay, so we have that now, so that's. So that's.
Okay. I'm
Commissioner Rodak, can you just talk into a microphone a little bit? I'm sorry.
are just,
I know I'm the worst. I know. That's why they pay me the small.
I was gonna say. So, all right, so any other commission questions, 1 and 2, I think there was we don't need to walk through the crosswalk that was given us last night. Am I correct in both of those assumptions? There's one more, but yes.
It's a question / reminder. We had talked about 4B1 and maybe some language around E in that. No, or excluding E or around the compliance date, and you could maybe said you might be able to craft something around that. If you were able to do that in the next 20 or 30 minutes, that would be wonderful. If not, then.
I always have ideas.
Okay,
I will put something together and send it to Jimmy.
thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so any other questions from commissioners? For the division, any other, any desire for the commission or the division to walk through commissioner, okay. All right, I think maybe we're done, but the record's not closed yet, so you may be back.
Sure.
Oh, there we go.
Clarification. So, Leah, would you say that when it is identified as revision in there, it's obviously not a copy of what the JWIG alternate proposal, but this is functionally equivalent or better than just saying copy, right? It's a little more substantive, but it still is different than what you originally proposed and is a good compromise.
I think so. Some of them really are just because we have different numbering, right? So they're pretty simple, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Last chance for right now. Always an option to come back until we close the record. Okay. I think thank you. Commissioners have any questions for parties that they would like to have brought up?
I would ask Commissioner Miller's question about 4A1 Part E, if she's interested in having that answered. If she's not, then I would like to ask that.
Yes, please. I would love a description from you like that.
Okay, JWIG? Want to ask the question again?
I think what it was so long ago was there was this confusion about dates, and if the EPA approved this proposal early, then things would be rolling earlier than 12 months. And I was wondering, why is that a problem? Who's that a problem for? And can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner. This is Chris Folkreicher from Beatty Wozniak, Harrison Koga. I think it could help if we could put the division's latest language on the screen for this 4B4AI. But our concern is that we want to have clarity about which dates apply to which sources. I think that the JWIG and the division are squarely on the same page that for sources in the TNS segment that have to retrofit their pneumatic controllers to be zero emission.
That's 76, Jenny.
That they would have until January 1st, 2029 to comply. Our concern is that when you read this 4B4AI, it does set out 3 dates, as one of the commissioners mentioned. It has a date of January 2027 for some sources. It has a date of 12 months after plan approval for some other sources and other requirements. And then for these pneumatic controllers, we think it's unclear because this paragraph E, 4B4AIE, is included in the cross-reference A through F. That cross-reference A through F says must comply within 12 months of plan approval by EPA. And that's a different date than you get when you look down to paragraph E and it says beginning January 1st, 2029. So we all have the same intent, but our concern is that the reg just doesn't clearly say that the reg creates confusion by having the cross-reference that points to A through F being 12 months after EPA plan approval. And they might be different dates. And as Ms. Martland said, the dates are likely to be relatively close in time, but it's just for clarity of knowing when you really need to apply or need to comply that we would like to change the rule. If I could respond to what Ms. Martland said about the division's concern, as I understood it, the division's concern is that if you carve E out of that cross-reference, now there's no mandate. Now there's nothing that says designated facilities must retrofit their pneumatic controllers at all, because you've just deleted the mandate to do that work. We disagree with that because at the beginning, higher up in this paragraph, it has the clause must design and I'm sorry, can you scroll up to or I? That's it. Owners or operators must comply with the following presumptive BMPs for their natural gas and transmission storage segment equipment. So to us, that is the mandate. You must comply with the following BMPs, including paragraph E for pneumatic controllers. So there is a mandate to do it. And everything else here is just spelling out the date. So I think it will be a clean fix that does not raise Ms. Martland's concerns about eliminating the mandate to actually update your pneumatic controllers. If you again just carve paragraph E out of that line. Maybe I'll stop there. I do have a technical correction to like a grammatical correction, but I can circle back to that, give you time to look at the language.
This is the alternate proposal.
I believe this is the division.
It's different. Yeah, that's beautiful.
This is the division's errata.
Yeah, that's a better thing to look at.
It's just, I cannot read blue on red and I need it on, can't read that.
Yeah, it's
The colorblind person I'm with you.
You're wrong.
Visions are on page 76.
I ask a follow-up?
please. Yes.
So if the division can come up with some language that fixes that narrow issue about the date confusion, would that satisfy your concern?
It does. We had proposed to restructure this paragraph. The division has opposed that. My sense is you're probably not likely to restructure the paragraph. But if you include the reference to Quad O, so there's clarity about the deadlines for Quad O sources. And if we can have language that unambiguously states that the deadline for pneumatics is January 2029, then we're in alignment on this.
Thank you.
Other questions? I understand that there's a typo, or not a typo, but a something that you,
Sorry, and this may become moot if the division is putting new language out there. In the JWIG alternate proposal, we inadvertently struck the word through. So when you're looking at our language on A through F, this was a point Commissioner Miller raised yesterday. After we inadvertently struck that, it says A, D, and F, and that's a mistake. Our draft should say A through D and F, and we did actually correct that on the slides that we sent. Our slide 50 on our corrected direct presentation has our language.
yes.
So I'm still a little bit hung up on
this issue of whether we should have a definition about the production facility, the centralized production facility, or whether we shouldn't. To me, you know, it's nice to have a bunch of definitions, and so we have a definition. So I would love to hear a little bit more about why that's not something you want, and then also I was thinking if we had the definition, but then we also had your language that you want in a specific place. If we did both, is that a good thing, or you just want one or the other? So a little more there.
Yeah. That phrase, centralized well production facility, is already taken. It's already been used in other contexts, and we think that leads to confusion, but I'll let Anna or Clay.
I mean, in previous, like historically, it's been already used, like in permitting applications and things like that.
Yes, that's correct. And Clay Taylor for the record, William Sweets, Pepple and Ferguson. That's right. It's been used elsewhere. So it's already sort of out in the ether, and where it's used elsewhere is not necessarily tied to the definition. So we felt that would create confusion. Within regulations, we define terms that are used throughout the regulation. These two terms, or this term would be used in few cases. And so, but we think it's a relatively simple and logical fix to address this concern we have, to just take the language that's in the definition and actually put that in the two places and get rid of the definition, which avoids this confusion.
And then I might just supplement that by saying, I think we acknowledge the division's concern and issue here, right? We're trying to align with Quad OC, but we have had, and this is a compliment to this commission, we have had regs in place for a really long time addressing a lot of these sources. So trying to sort of squeeze into the Quad OC definitions is just not how our program works. And so rather than sort of creating a definition of something that's a subset of a well production facility, when we know not all well production facilities are subject to these provisions, that's really where the complication arises. Really just cleanly calling out applicability when we're in that section, saying it twice and moving on, just tightens Colorado's program.
Yeah, and I was thinking, well, if the EPA is comparing our proposal to what they want, and they're looking at the definitions and they don't see our definition, then do they stop reading their proposal? So I'm like, I want the state of Colorado's regs to be what we need. But anyway, that's my worry.
If I may respond to that, I do think the crosswalk exercise will help, right? Because we use different terms. We talk about things a little bit differently in Colorado. And we're doing our best, right, working with the division to align that. But there will be some spaces that we'll just have to walk through that. And the conversation on a 111D plan isn't submit it and pray, right? There's going to be some conversations, and EPA will be able to ask questions. Division will be able to respond to those and clarify and say, we didn't define it because we have something different than what you say when you mean well site, right? And there's an opportunity for that.
And if I may just supplement that, what's important is that the rules apply to the same sources that EPA directs the rules to apply to. And we're using the same language that makes that applicability. So it is not differing from intent of EPA in any way. It's just how do we get.
Add one more supplement. In the crosswalk, and I think Leah described it as a discussion, a narrative discussion with LDAR. Because the commission has had a long existing program, there's already going to be discussion about how well production facility includes both what EPA calls well sites and centralized production facilities. So we're already talking about it there as like a way to say this covers more. And this to us is a cleaner way of saying then which of those apply to the compressor station section, the compressor section.
But I just want to follow up. I mean, you said this is a simple change, but what you're asking for is to drop the definition, add some language to the provision where it applies, and also a pretty significant addition to this SBAP. Is that correct? Or am I making it more complicated than you're suggesting?
Give me 1 second. I will. excuse me, give me, 1 second. What I will say is that, yes, the question is to drop the definition and add it to the applicability. Give me a minute to look at the SBAP pieces. Clay, unless you know. I did.
Concern I would have is that we sort of make a partial change and then screw up.
Oh, yes, thank you. So there's, excuse me, click there for the record. There's quite a bit of strike through in the SBAP, but that's just strike through saying that the commission adopted a new definition. So with our changes, you have to conform to what the commission's actually doing, which is just simply stating the intent of the SBAP is to say that it applies to these types of facilities that are described there. So while it is quite a bit of strike through, it's just strike through that it's no longer necessary because we're not talking about a definition there anymore.
And to assist the commissioners, if we're able to pull up the alternate proposal today with, you're at page 87.
There's rebuttal slide 17.
And can you repeat that page again?
Yeah, 87 on the PDF. Jenny. Yep, so what you see, the division's proposed language is in the green highlight, and then the JWIG's blue strikeout text is, I think, what Commissioner Milford is referring to. This would accompany the proposal should the commission not take a definition of centralized well production facility and keep it in applicability. It is only to conform with that change, right? You're not going to state you adopted a definition if you did not do that.
Okay. Has JWIG withdrawn any of its provisions that in its alternate proposal? And if you have, can you identify what those are?
Yes, there was one in the SBAP that in our proposal is on page. Sorry, our alternate proposal is page 91, bottom of that text, or the bottom of that page, there's some blue text. As we mentioned yesterday during our rebuttal, we are withdrawing that request.
On page 91, of course it would.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's the very bottom.
There we go.
So you're withdrawing the strikeouts?
We're withdrawing both the strikeouts and the addition. So all the text you see on that page in blue.
Address the federal requirements to adopt a Clean Air Act section would remedy that. Okay.
Like it's also withdrawn two sentences that we had on page 89. This relates to the transmission and storage segment for the timing of leak inspections. So there it is. The language beginning part B, section 4B, 4A, IA, that inspection components for leaks. That language should be withdrawn if you're adopting the parenthetical in 4B, 4A, IA that says the first leak inspection must be conducted within 90 days after EPA approves the 111D plan.
Okay.
And excuse me, Commissioner, one clarification on, I think there's a lot of things that in our alternate proposal, but based on Commissioner Reader's question this morning about the references to, where I am is section 2J1, 54. Pull up a little bit, please. Yes, thank you, right there. Commissioner, I think you asked a question on what is the fifth line of the 2J1A, 2J1B, and 2J1D. I think acknowledging the way the division is looking at that compared to Quad O, that's the two J1A through D is fine in J. However, in K, sections C and D, so, excuse me, Jenny, now we're going to K on page 62, please.
61.
Two.
Yep. So the JWIG had, and I'm looking at the fourth line, options specified in section K1A. The way we understand the division, K1B should be included in this list. However, K1C and K1D is repair requirements and record keeping. And I still maintain that those two are not included.
But only for reciprocating.
Correct, only for reciprocating compressors. They're already not included in the centrifugal compressors in paragraph J.
Okay. Other commission questions? All right, I think it for you. Thank you. Any other parties the commission wants to bring up and talk to? All right, so I have a proposal. We need to start deliberations here because we're going to lose a commissioner. So we at least need to move a little bit. We're waiting for language, I think, unless it has.
Got it. I think we got it.
Got it?
I think we got it.
Got it.
We got the Manitoba one with the name language.
We got, okay.
We got it more.
I think we got it all.
Okay, okay, we did.
All right, where did it come from?
Email from one Jeremy Murray.
Ah, okay. All right, so I'm gonna suggest. Oh, my computer is trying to load. Do we need to take a little break? Short little break?
Yeah, please.
Okay, let's 9:56.
I asked that the language for 4BA1E be shared with all the parties just so that they have a chance
Oh,
to
yes,
look at it.
oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, no.
So. We have the additional language submitted to us. Want to see if the commissioners have any question about that? If not, I'm going to remind the commissioners that we unfortunately have a bit of a deadline this morning. We're going to lose one of the commissioners at 11 o'clock who, for whatever reason, is deciding to fly through the snowstorm to coach a soccer game. Okay. But at any rate, so I want to see if there's anything else that the commissioners want to bring up, questions, ask anyone before I ask to close the record and start deliberations. Right. I am not seeing any. So I will entertain a motion to close the record.
So moved.
Got a motion?
I'll second.
Second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous? Record is now closed. So let's begin deliberations. And I will ask the commissioners for their thoughts. Commissioner Milford.
I'm happy to start. I want to thank all the parties for coming for us with essentially substantive agreement on this important revision to Regulation 7. Especially want to thank and not just the parties, but as well the public comment that we heard earlier, I think was really important, and the written comments that we received on all of this. I would support. And I'm not going to give a lengthy preface. I think that we should start our deliberation today with the division's proposal, including the items that they included in their rebuttal crosswalk that we got last night, plus the emailed items that we received this morning. And then if there are any other changes that commissioners want to make, perhaps we could look at those one at a time. But I think the parties and the division have given us a really strong starting point this morning.
All right, thank you. Other commissioners?
I would like to basically kind of echo that. I think that the proposed regulation has gone through an extensive and rigorous review process. We can beat this thing to death and still not get the perfect regulation. The APCD staff has reviewed in detail the JWIG alternative proposal, which I think both parties put in a lot of work, and I appreciate that. But the APCD staff has incorporated all of the alternative proposal revisions that they believe are reasonable and appropriate. When asked that question, they gave a resounding yes. I believe that the process has run its course, and now we, the commission, must take the action. And I suggest that action to be moved forward with Regulation 7, errata version that was submitted, I think, on the 18th, just as Commissioner Milford also suggested. Plus, in addition to those, that errata version, the green light revisions, specifically the green light revisions, the crosswalk revisions that were provided to us last night and discussed today. I am open to the yellow light revisions. And then we've also received additional information based on the conversation this morning, revisions regarding the measurements taken on manifold groups in reference to the compressors, both centrifugal and recip, clarification regarding the emissions detected by other division approved instruments, that revision, and then finally the pneumatic controller timing requirements revision. The last three of those items were included in email that was sent to us within the past half hour. And so I believe that's very consistent with what Commissioner Milford just said.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts, can I just clarify?
Yeah.
So I am not open to the yellow light revision.
Okay.
Just to be clear. Yeah,
And that-
I mean, we could consider them, but I think we'd have to discuss them
And
separately.
that's fair enough. And I put that as a question mark on my list. Everything else I was very affirmative on though.
The reader.
I would also like to thank all the parties for all their work on it, and for our first time through the new procedural rules. Some are saying it's a little clunky. It's also been good back and forth. I think we've worked through a lot of things kind of in real time here, and I appreciate folks working even through this session on this. I think with all the changes that have been made in the division's rebuttal, I think was very helpful. The spreadsheet last night was good. The additional language you have this morning is good. I'm supportive of all of that. I am not crazy about centralized wells and the delay of repair language, but I will default to the division's position that this is helpful for EPA and Quad OC. If Quad OC ever gets struck down, I might want to revisit that language, but I'm fine moving forward with that. The two things I want to briefly discuss in addition are the 2J1 language around controls and the 2K1 language around controls as those references. I think the division is taking a more I'll just leave that up rather than start to discuss that now. Those are the two things I would like for the commission to discuss in addition to everything else. But I'm fine with everything else. Thanks to all the parties.
Why don't you go ahead and express what your concerns are so that we have that on the table?
Yeah, so the 2J1 language had the language that was 2J1 through D or A through D. C is the volumetric control and isn't a control requirement per se. The division stance with it, C is needed to address D. I think D stands alone sufficiently by referring back to C, and I think that's slightly more precise when we say the control provisions to focus only on the control provisions. And likewise in K, K1A is the control of emissions. K1B is the volumetric things. And, when we're talking about regulations, they all refer to other things and incorporate other things by reference. So if we start adding everything we could just refer back to the whole regulation. So,
Could you give us a precise location for what you're?
yeah, so page 56 of the errata,
Okay.
2J1 language. Where it says at get to page 56, I did not have those. I'm sorry, page 55 of the errata. The fourth line where it says methane emissions requirements specified in 2J1A through 2J1D. And if you scroll down, 2J1A is control of wet seal emissions, 2J1B is control of dry seal emissions, 2J1C is just volumetric flow rate measurements, and then D is the alternative to do flow rates and then route them to vents. So to me, A, B, and D are really controls, and C is just volumetric. So I think where it says through controls back on page 55, I think it's slightly more precise to say A, B, and D rather than A through D. And it's kind of the same case on the 2K1A versus 2KA. To me, it's slightly more precise. I think either one is valid. So I'm just arguing what I think is slightly more precise wording.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The C language says on an annual basis, according to requirements in method 2D, is EPA method 2D an annual basis calibration, or is that new language that we are wanting to make sure happens?
EPA method 2D is just the flow meter. I'm sorry, EPA method 2D is just the flow measurement technique.
And does it include that the calibration has to happen annually?
I'm not changing that language. I'm not sure I understand your question.
It says the calibration is annual. Does method 2D say the calibration is annual, or is that specific to this
Can you say where you're?
She's looking at 2J1C1A.
You're wanting to remove it.
Well, I'm just saying 2J1C is not a control requirement.
I know.
Okay, so I'm not removing it. I'm simply not referencing it up above. I'm leaving all of that language in. I'm not removing it from the regulation. I'm removing it from the introductory language. He says the control provisions of.
Oh, you'll leave, okay.
So I'm not taking any of this out.
You're just removing it from the.
I'm just removing it from the paragraph above where it says the methane control requirements and I'm saying, to me, the control requirements are in A, B, and D, and C is not a control requirement. It's other stuff.
Okay.
That's important, but
It's the reference. It's just the
It's a
reference that's being.
Yeah.
deleted.
Yeah.
Not the actual. Okay. Commissioner Sewell?
Yeah, like, again, to thank, the division and all parties who involved in this. I think the work that's gone to align, comments and regulation just leads to better compliance and reduced emissions overall. Also like to point out, listening to the comments about small operators, and what they have to deal with as far as their options to reduce emissions, for the intensity, but also conditions they have to work under for winter stips or wildlife restrictions, lack of electricity out in remote areas and things like that. So I think, adjusting the target date on the intensity piece of that is a good thing. So it leads to better compliance, less hopefully orphaned wells in the future. So thank you for working together on that. I do support the green lights that were brought up yesterday. Our crosswalk language from last night went through those, as well as the 2 additional compressor regulation language that we got this morning. Support that also. Thanks.
Commissioners?
Sure.
Thomas?
Yeah, I basically second what Commissioner Blankenship had said. I'm not really interested in the yellow lights because like what we heard was that, depending on your perspective, they're not really crucial to the final package. So with the SIR rebuttal, the crosswalk follow-up, and the 2 clarifications this morning via email, I'm fine to proceed that way. I do want to acknowledge the parties. I think this was largely in a good spot coming into this hearing. And I really want to thank the division because, we put you on the spot a lot over the last 24 hours. And thank you for being responsive to that. It is a new process. So we do have to remember that it's going to probably take a while for us all to get comfortable with the new procedural rules. So thank you.
Right.
Well, I am more aligned with Commissioner Thomas and Blankenship. If there's a real difference between what anyone has said, I guess I'm not sure that the new procedures have really made this any harder. This was a lot as far as I could see it. I think I would have had just as much confusion with the old procedures. It occurred to me, I heard at one point, both JWIG and the division saying they both wanted clarity. And so I think no matter what we do, we're going to have clarity. But I appreciate the work you all put into it. One concern, if it's really a concern I have, is the small producers, as Jim mentioned. I think the problem with the small producers that they have is that they're small and they just don't quite fit the larger producers. And come 2030, I think we're gonna have, they're gonna have the same issues. I don't think another 5 years or 4 years, however your math works, is gonna change their problem, if you will. They're, I don't want to say any more about them, but I do think we haven't solved that problem. But I will, for the most part, go with the division and their errata.
Okay,
I just want to add that I support Commissioner Milford's proposal, and I really appreciate real time and clarity and dedication from all parties. And also I want to thank you for your patience with the new commissioner, who my expertise is documenting and measuring urban air pollution and not necessarily writing and reading regulations. So I'm learning, and I appreciate your patience and my questions, and I really appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
all right, so last one. We've heard from all the commissioners, except for me. I will say that I'm also supportive of what the division has put together with all the changes that we've talked about, the email items, the green, the document we got last night, et cetera. I will say that I think it's really important that the regulations are written in a way that make it easier for operators to understand what their requirements are and what they must do. I think that's really, really important. By the same token, I'm also aware that it's important that we write this plan, these regulations, and then ultimately the plan to ensure approval by EPA. And personally, I think that might become more tricky as we move forward today. So, excuse me, at this point, I think that there's been a lot of great compromises on both sides. Maybe either side is 100% happy, but I think there's been a lot of work, a lot of compromises, and I appreciate all the effort that's gone into this. Even over last night, getting together and talking about some of the issues like manifold, et cetera. I think the whole commission appreciates that. Clearly, the new procedural regs have some breaking in to do. And we're undoubtedly going to be talking about ways to tweak them, or at least apply them as written today in a way that benefits everyone and really improves the process. I think there's some lessons learned with this one that we'll come back and talk about at some point. But I think everybody worked hard, and I very much appreciate everybody's pulling together under the new regulations to try to make this work. I know it's probably not perfect for everybody. I'm sure it's not, but I think there's, as usual, the parties have really pulled together and come up with compromises. I agree with Commissioner Thomas that this was largely, the compromise was already before us when you walked in the room yesterday. So I think we're there. I suppose we need to talk about, the commissioners need to talk about the Commissioner Reader's concern with the where to go, 2K, A, B, and D, or A, B, A through D language on J and K. We need to see what the commission's pleasure is with that. And then otherwise, I think we're probably done with deliberations, and once I'll ask for a motion. Well, maybe we should have you guys draft us a motion, but let's talk about the commission. We do need to figure out what we're going to say. So I'm going to ask the rest of the commissioners, what is your pleasure, or what are your thoughts on Commissioner Reader's language change proposal?
I'm inclined to support the wording from the division and not change it.
Okay, others?
I agree with that.
Okay,
I do too.
I'm fine. I mean, I get what Commissioner Reader is saying. But that, C is already cross-references A, and so I mean, whether we say it up top or we proceed as Commissioner Reader suggests, I just don't see any substantive difference between them.
okay. All right. Looking like. Yep, all right, so, why don't we, if maybe we should take another maybe 10 minutes or so for, the drafting of a motion by our esteemed staff. And then we can come back and maybe finish this. So, let's take a break until, 10:30.
All right.
We're coming back to order. And I understand that staff has drafted a proposed motion for us to consider. And I would ask that the commission, to the extent you can see it, read it, and then I would entertain if the commission is agreeable, then I would seek a motion on this motion, as it were.
For the parties, this is in the rulemaking record now, so if you want to pull it up, you can read it on your computers.
Where now, I'm sorry.
Where?
It's actually listed on the commission's webpage. In the rulemaking folder.
Is in the folder. Which fold? That's where I am. Maybe I need to read.
It's way at the bottom. It's
Final motion.
And I need to maybe open it again. There it is.
Where did you find it?
I had to you had to refresh. You have to go back out.
Well, I
go
just
back in
opened
again.
it.
Go to the bottom.
I'm at the bottom.
Okay, final motion.
Final motion, Reg 7.
It's English. I was trying to read it.
Okay.
But it's good to me. Would you like a motion?
Please.
I move that's okay, it wants me to read all of this. I move we adopt the motion as presented on the screen.
Second.
Any discussion?
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
On the discussion piece?
Yes.
So in public comment, we heard, please don't extend or delay implementation. Do we feel like this largely accomplishes that? Because we didn't really change many dates in here at all. So, okay, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I do have a question for staff, and that's the last line. To submit the SIP revisions to EPA for approval. Is that clear what provisions in the proposal are actually SIP provisions?
Yes, we believe so.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we understood that. Since we're talking about elements of this going into the plan that won't be submitted until.
Great question. Our understanding is that the 111D plan has yet to come before you.
Right.
As a 111D plan. And so when we get to that plan, we'll talk about submitting that to EPA in the motion in the future. But this is about the provisions, the revisions adopted today that are clearly SIP revisions to submit those for inclusion in the state implementation plan.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. All right, any discussion on the motion? I see none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Appears to be unanimous. Right, so that closes this hearing. I want to thank all the parties and the division and all the public commenters. We've talked about that before. This was a good first rulemaking under the procedural rules. Again, I think the commission's going to be asking all of the participants to this rulemaking for their feedback on the procedural rules. We'd like to know what works, what doesn't work, how under the current procedural rules, we can maybe do things differently to make it work better. And then potentially, eventually, what we may need to change in the regulation itself to make it work better. Because there's some things that I think we've all experienced that could go down better. But given that this is the first procedural rulemaking, I really commend everyone, the commission, as well as the parties in the division, for the work that you put into this. It's very much appreciated. It does make our life easier most of the time. So thank you all very much. And with that, I'm going to pass the gavel over.
Okay, we are commissioners about to go into executive session if you all are gonna approve that, and then when we're done, the time we get over there and get plugged in and make the Zoom thing work, it's gonna be 11 o'clock. The time we get out of there, it'll probably be, say, 11:30. Are we gonna come back here, break for lunch? What is pleasure?
Don't we have,
We do, we have a request. We still have more work to do after this. So we could just bring our lunch back here if you want. And
Sure.
just have that request while we're,
I think that's a great.
okay, so we need to have a motion, and maybe Robin, any proper words to go into executive session for a motion?
Should be on your.
Oh, this is all I need, okay. Could I have a motion that would say that we're going to go into executive session pursuant to section 24-6-4023A 3B and 2-3-1033 Colorado standards,
By statute.
revised statutes, my CRS, it says it. To discuss issues relating to the Office of the State Auditor's audit of the Air Pollution Control Division pursuant to 2-3-131 CRS.
so moved.
And a second,
Second.
discussion, all in favor,
I.
All right.
opposed? Okay, nos vamos.
that one, like, yeah.
We are returning from executive session. We are returning from executive session where we discussed with the state auditors committee processes that will occur when they audit the division. I will talk about. Anything else I need to report on that? No.
Did you move? the executive session?
Yes, we did. It is 11:49 and we will return with our board. And then we'll bring the regulation 27, so we'll just wing it because I can't find it. To it in the script. Regulation 27, manufacturing sector, greenhouse gas emission standards is what we're going to talk about. The division will request that the commission set a hearing, consider revisions to improve regulation number 27 programs for the division and regulated entities, and to increase transparency to the public. Megan McCarthy and Cecilia White here to lead us through this, and we will also be talking about a scope of notice, which we can post on the big board and talk about at that time.
That's great.
So it's all yours.
Thank you so much, commissioners, and happy Friday, happy lunch hour. My name is Megan McCarthy. I am a staff authority with the Climate Change Program and have been leading the development and implementation of Regulation 27 pretty much since its infancy, also known as the GEM program. I'm here with my colleague Cecilia White.
Good morning, I guess it is. Morning, commissioners. My name is Cecilia White. I am the Emissions Credit Trading Unit Supervisor within the Climate Change Program, and I work closely with Megan on the development of the GEM rulemaking, the GEM 2 rulemaking, specifically the credit trading program and the implementation of. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cecilia. We are here today to request a limited scope rulemaking before you for the GEM rule. We'll start with a quick snapshot of the regulation, including some of the information that we presented to you in the briefing in December. Just as kind of a refresher, we'll look at where the sector progress is headed, where the GEM program progress is headed, as well as the trading market. And then we'll dive into the rulemaking request. We'll provide a little bit of background and overview of this request, review the stakeholder process and engagement process that the division undertook for this request, and then dive into the specific revisions. We've broke them up into categories related to general revisions, related to all covered facilities, and then GEM 1, GEM 2, the trading program, and then at the very end, we'll take a kind of holistic look at the revisions through the frame of transparency. So starting with the refresher, the industrial and manufacturing sector is currently, based on our inventory and projections, on track to 2030 goal, which is 20% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from 2015 in 2030. So based on what the sector as a whole emitted in 2015, 20% reduced by 2030. Sector is currently on track. The 21 covered facilities under the GEM regulation are projected to exceed their 2030 requirements cumulatively as a group, and have already, based on the first year of reported data, are already exceeding the reduction requirements before their deadlines. Additionally, as a reminder, we are projecting sufficient credit market supply through the end of the decade and in 2030. This is one of the key reasons, along with the broad stakeholder feedback we received over the last year, that we are not including a request for the fund in this rulemaking request. So I wanted to provide just like a little bit of the story around the fund, right? Where did it come from? What are we talking about? In 2023, in the initial GEM rulemaking in September of 2023, the industry stakeholder group came forward with an alternate proposal that included this third compliance mechanism for covered facilities in terms of a fund, a state managed fund. Governmental, non-governmental organizations and community groups had serious concerns with this fund and with this proposal. So as a result, in 2023, the commission then included language in the SBAP that requested the division establish said fund or third compliance option and come forward with this request. So fast forward to today, over the past 2 years, the division has put a lot of work into developing and establishing the fund mechanism that was requested by the commission. We had multiple group and individual stakeholder meetings throughout the fall of 2025 introducing the concept, and for public meetings in July, November, and December. But based on the stakeholder feedback, and especially I really want to highlight as a testament to the new procedural rules, the division agrees that this is not the time to move forward with the request, including this third compliance mechanism. Couple last points on this slide. We're really proud of the work that we did related to the State Climate Action Reserve Fund that we presented in December. That work is absolutely not lost, but we definitely agree with stakeholders that implementing it now is premature. And we do support taking a wait and see approach at this time. That being said, we're going to keep an eye on it. For example, some of the proposed changes that we'll be introducing to you in just a little bit is really aligned with this intention for us to be able to try to kind of have foresight and be able to predict future program needs, especially regarding the credit trading market. We also continue to receive information around the credit market, facility compliance, and will continue to receive that information. We want to continue to hear party concerns, commissioner concerns around this issue as this program continues to evolve, especially as we look past 2030. So it's a not now, but it's not a not never. I never miss an opportunity to show off our nifty GEM data dashboard that's housed on the GEM2 website. It is the data viewer that shows multi-layered information related to the GEM program. It's just a really great tool that we've put a lot of work and time into developing at the division level, where you can see, you can filter per facility, you can filter per, GEM 1 versus GEM 2 groups, you can filter different years, you can pull out separate years of emissions and really drill down on the trends that we're seeing within this program emissions wise. So I highly encourage commissioners, members of the public, and interested stakeholders to dive into it, play around. If you have any questions about the tool, we are here to help. So quick reminder, GEM universe. The GEM 1 rule regulates, this is looking at the GEM universe as a whole. Got ahead of myself. The GEM program regulates greenhouse gas emissions from Colorado's 21 highest emitting sources. This includes 4 energy intensive trade exposed facilities that emit over 25,000 tons of GHG emissions per year, also known as GEM 1. Those facilities are listed on the left-hand side of the slide. The 17 other facilities listed on the right-hand side of the slide are all other manufacturing facilities in the state that emit over 25,000 tons per year. I want to make a note, as I did in December, that this GEM 2 program used to cover 18 facilities, but because Carestream Health in Windsor ceased manufacturing operations and shut down their facility last year, they are no longer covered by the GEM regulations, down to 21 facilities. The GEM 1 rule, as mentioned, was built to address the trade exposed nature of steel and cement facilities in Colorado. In simple terms, trade exposed means that if an industry or company faces significant competition internationally or domestically, in the US or foreign markets, they are considered trade exposed. Under this category, and as defined by statute in Colorado, we have 3 cement facilities and 1 steel mill covered under GEM 1. The GEM 1 rule regulates the GHG intensity of these 4 facilities, and this is different than GEM 2. GHG intensity means tons of CO2 equivalent per ton of product that they manufacture. And these facilities are regulated by looking at that ratio, GHGs per ton of product. Every 5 years, these facilities are audited, where an auditor will come in and look at, are they using the best GHG available, the GHG best available emissions control technology that they possibly can be using for the facility? And are they using the best energy management practices at this specific facility? Coming out of that is a recommendation to the commission of an appropriate intensity rate, considering the use of the GHG-backed and energy BMPs. In addition to that, the rule requires that these 4 facilities reduce 5% every 5 years, in addition to these recurring 5-year GHG-backed audits. The second audit will be taking place next year for these 4 EITE facilities. GEM 2 is a mass-based GHG emissions regulation, where the emissions requirements are based on total emissions quantity versus 2050 levels from the group of 17 regulated GEM 2 facilities. We looked at the cumulative emissions for these facilities in 2015 and structured the rule to achieve a 20% reduction in these emissions by 2030 from this group of regulated facilities. Each individual facility has individual specific requirements that are different from one another, but they all cumulatively add up to that 20% aligned with the statutory goal for the sector. The GHG reduction plans, just a quick update on those. Many of them have been finalized and approved by and certified by the third party. They're available on the GEM 2 website. And there are a couple that are still pending certification with the third party and approval by the division. So as those get approved, I think 3 more pending to be approved. We'll update folks on the availability of those plans. GEM 2 also differs from GEM 1 in the way that the compliance periods through 2030 are 3-year timeframes. So the commission established 3-year compliance timeframes from 2024 to 2026, and then another from 2027 through 2029 for the GEM 2 facilities. Starting in 2030, compliance is assessed annually moving forward. Okay, so those are general foundational requirements for GEM 1, GEM 2, reminder of the projections of the industry and the regulated facility group. Now we will dive into the request for rulemaking. Again, we're not including the fund concept, but that was just one of the elements that we were interested in bringing forward this February. We are still proposing improvements to the rule, which we'll walk through now. During the 2023 rulemaking, the commission requested the division evaluate necessary changes to the trading program and to report on the program's first year of implementation and an initial emission reduction projections based on the data gathered in the first year. The intention of this was really to evaluate the new concepts and requirements of the reg. I mean, this was a brand new regulation, as this commission knows. It was the first of its kind in the nation. And we really needed to ensure the program is functioning properly and in accordance with the goals of the legislature. So in December, we reported back to you all on these elements, and based on our findings, we would like to recommend some updates that are, like I said, limited in scope to this reg in the credit trading program. The proposed revisions today very specific, have a very specific purpose outlined on this slide here. They provide clarity on existing requirements to the rule. They improve really the nuts and bolts functionality of the rule, right? We've been implementing this program now for GEM 2.5 years, GEM 1, almost 5, and we've found ways to increase and improve the functionality. The third and very important piece to this is a lot of these elements that we're proposing increase the overall transparency of the rule. I really want to highlight this again is not intended to change fundamental elements of this regulatory program, including how the program operates, reduction requirements, or requirements around the credit trading system. I really want to take a second to acknowledge to this commission the comments that were made this week about increasing the stringency of requirements. And although the division understands these perspectives, the GEM program, it is still in its first under 3 years of operation, and the projections are that the rule will achieve beyond its goal and result in a significant reduction in co-pollution in disproportionately impacted communities. Commissioners adopted protections for disproportionately impacted communities and mechanisms to prioritize co-pollution reduction with the intention of striking a balance in response to public feedback in the initial rulemaking. So wanted to acknowledge that on that slide. We undertook a substantial outreach and engagement process in the fall related to the changes being proposed today. Had 3 public meetings over 3 months, meeting notices, website information, recordings, presentation slides were posted in both English and Spanish throughout the process and will continue to be. The meetings were advertised through the division's listserv webpage and also on LinkedIn. So really tried to cast as broad a net as possible to invite folks to the table for this rulemaking request. Spanish language interpretation was available and provided for all public meetings. Registrants had up to 2 minutes to provide verbal comment, and we also accepted written comments as well. We provided the fund concept overview and the proposed administrative changes at the first 2 meetings, the first 2 public meetings. And then in January, the division provided an update that we will not be proceeding with the fund, but still discussed the remaining proposed changes included in the request today at that meeting. During the same timeframe, we also held a series of more technical stakeholder meetings open to all interested stakeholders. Again, tried to cast a very large net. Attendance for these meetings ranged from 30 to 50 attendees and included various community organizations, NGOs, legal, technical consultants, and industry representatives. So a lot of meetings. On this slide, you'll see the general revisions that we've identified throughout Regulation 27 that are really largely linked to cleanup, clarification of intent, as well as updating definitions to be current. Beyond the general language and reference cleanup throughout the rule, we do want to consider adjusting and replacing references to federal requirements and tools, like references to the US EPA's greenhouse gas reporting tool, also known as EGRET, and replacing references to that with references to state provisions like Regulation 22. So trying to move away from the federal reporting requirements in this regulation. The clarification of intent examples include updates to definitions and relevant clauses to appropriately distinguish between GHG emissions and GHG removals is a new term. And to appropriately account for carbon capture removals and direct air capture, as well as clarifying rules for facility closures or sales. Another general revision we're considering includes aligning definitions with updated state laws concerning disproportionately impacted communities and tools like the Colorado EnviroScreen that have recently been updated, and also requiring review and certification for annual emission reports from all regulated sources, and consider triggers for third-party verification of those annual emission reports. So looking a little bit closer on our revisions proposed to remove references to the federal GHG reporting program, 40 CFR Part 98. This is really done to address overall uncertainty with the federal reporting program, including the possibility that the federal reporting tool, as I mentioned, EGRET, which is included in Part 98 and which the division relies upon for GHG reporting, will not be maintained or available in the future. This is a large concern. While Regulation 22, our state reporting rule, refers to the federal Part 98, any changes to Regulation 22 would be addressed separately in this case. Right now, we are proposing to revise Regulation 27 to eliminate or limit the need to make an immediate emergency revision in the future in response to the change to that program. So we're basically trying to get ahead of any of these changes and make the Regulation 27 durable and future-proof it against any move or finalization or retraction of the EGRET tool that may happen. Additionally, we're proposing a revised definition of verifiable. Verifiable already exists as a definition in the rule, but we're hoping to clarify that reported emission reductions used to generate credits must be sufficiently documented and clear such that they can be objectively reviewed and evaluated by the division or a third party if needed. That is the key change. The definition already includes that they must be documented and clear such that they can be objectively reviewed and evaluated by the division. But the division would really like to assure that if we need to, we can bring an independent party to help us with that review, especially with these federal tools that we depend on going away. The proposed revision to this are really for clarification. While the proposed revisions contemplate that a third-party auditor, in addition to the division, may conduct a review or evaluation, the revision does not mandate it. It simply gives the division the option for bringing in a third party to review emissions if necessary. Other key revisions the division is considering are related to carbon accounting. These are really clarifications, but added a few new definitions in light of the needed clarifications that we identified. So we are modifying certain definitions and adopting new definitions to help everyone, the division, regulated community, and the public really understand how we are accounting for greenhouse gases in this regulation. Of note, we're clarifying the difference between direct GHG emissions and adding a new definition for direct GHG removals. We're also adding a definition for net GHG emissions, which essentially subtracts GHG removals from GHG emissions. We're clarifying the types of removals within the direct GHG removal definition that are authorized and accounted for and used to determine net GHG emissions. And that is specific to reductions of biogenic carbon dioxide and removals from direct air capture coupled with permanent storage. This is not, this is aligned with the original intent of the rule and is not a substantive change to the rule, but a clarification. We are also revising definitions for the disproportionately impacted communities in the Colorado EnviroScreen tool. We see the need to align with the most recent statutory definitions and to reference the current version of the tool, the EnviroScreen and disproportionately impacted community mapping tools. This change impacts one covered facility as the new borders are applied to the map. In context of this rule, the facility is Anheuser-Busch, and the way that a facility could have been impacted is the cost threshold that they have to use for analysis in their GHG reduction plan would change essentially depending on their proximity to a disproportionately impacted community. But because Anheuser-Busch has committed to adhere to its 2030 limit early, starting in 2025, and they are not submitting a GHG reduction plan, really this change has no material impact right now. But we do find it necessary to remain consistent with statute and other regulatory updated definitions with disproportionately impacted community and the tools. Okay, so a couple more and then I'll hand it over to Cecilia. This slide outlines the more focused revisions we're considering for GEM 1 versus GEM 2, where the previous changes I was discussing are more general, applicable to all facilities. For GEM 1, we're considering providing an alternative certification program to the federal Energy Star program, which the federal government, again, may change. For EITE sources, currently are able to use Energy Star to demonstrate implementation of energy best management practices. So we're considering providing an alternative pathway were that program to go away. I do want to note that there is currently ISO 50001 pathway that serves the same purpose, and then the option for them to go through the full energy BMP audit if that program option were to go away, but working with stakeholders to try to identify, are there adequate programs out there that are equivalent in stringency and that we could use in this rule as an option for facilities. Another GEM 1 specific change is that we're aligning the GEM 1 audit reporting and compliance certification requirements with those of GEM 2. So this includes considering a requirement that the already required third-party auditors be state contracted, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. For GEM 2, some of the key items we're considering are clarifying that GEM 2 facilities that took the early limit cannot purchase credits for compliance with their 2030 target, as they have committed to achieving these reductions on site. We are also clarifying that adjustments to GEM 2 historically reported emissions, perhaps stretching back to 2015, in no case can reduce their obligations. So make their obligations for GHG reduction less stringent. We're also clarifying that the sunset date related to the combined heat and power compliance option that was afforded for these facilities in the initial rulemaking is 2029, and pulling that into the rule. Currently, it only exists in the SBAP. We're also allowing for a longer public comment period on audit reports and GHG plans for GEM 2 facilities. Okay. All right, two more, then I'll pass to Cecilia. So as I just mentioned, we are including a proposed requirement that the GEM 1 GHG-backed and energy BMP audits have to go through a state contracted auditor. And so this would mirror what we have in place for the GEM 2 GHG reduction plan certification. Coming out of the 2022 audits for the GEM 1 facilities, there was some concern that was shared with us around the objectivity and the neutrality of that process. The GEM 1 facilities were able to directly hire their own auditors as the rule is currently written. Because of those concerns in GEM 2, we did shift the GHG reduction plan reviews to a state contracted process. And we are proposing today to align the GEM 1 audit process with that. So we would take the process we've designed internally within APCD to contract out the auditors and assign the auditors to those GEM 1 facilities to absolutely, increase and guarantee neutrality and objectivity. And one more I want to highlight before we talk trading. Currently in the rule, the division will work with facilities if they've found a reporting error in past historical emissions, really, like I said, stemming back to 2015, and we'll work with them to adjust their historical reported numbers accordingly. The division wants to include a clarification in this proposal that past emission report adjustments shall not, as I said, in any case result in an increase in the amount of CO2 equivalent they're allowed to emit in 2030. So all of the individual facility reduction requirements were essentially calculated through an algorithm in 2023 based on past reported emissions. Have they increased over time? Have they decreased over time? And then we put that into a formula and essentially they got a reduction percentage assigned to them. If a facility comes to us now and says, hey, we actually realized that we reported our 2015 or 2020 emissions incorrectly, but that means that we actually should have a lesser obligation in 2030. We need to make sure that this program is set to achieve what, the target is. And so having facilities based on past emission report adjustments potentially kind of have a loophole to have a higher limit in 2030, so to speak, it raises a lot of concern with the division, especially around hitting targets and preventing unintended consequences. So that's a rule that I think that is a change that we are definitely supporting strongly. So with that, I'll hand it over to Celia to expand on the trading program revisions.
All right, thanks, Megan. So there's only a few more slides to go through, I promise, focused on the trading revisions and the transparency items, and then we'll wrap up with the request. So this slide is focused on the general trading revisions. So it covers all the revisions that we have incorporated into the request. As you can see, we've grouped them as transparency and compliance items, credit issuance timing and adjustment items, and auction administration and participation items. I'll run through the red boxed items, which are a little more substantive on the next few slides. But just in terms of the more administrative items, the non-boxed items, I'll touch on them now. So under the auction administration, we have included a provision, or we've actually removed a provision regarding the June 30th deadline for the auction. So that auction deadline is not really tied to anything that's in the auction process as the rule is currently written. So it's an erroneous deadline. We're planning to remove it. We also are adding a provision to ensure that account representatives are registered before the auction if they want to participate on behalf of their entity in the auction. And that's a technical system element that'll just help with us administering the auction itself. We also want to ensure that we allow credits to be auctioned in whole numbers rather than in multiples of 10. And that's actually because the system that we've built is a little more flexible than we originally anticipated. Under the credit issuance administrative items, there's two items that I'm going to touch on now. We are clarifying that Gem 1 cannot generate credits if they have ceased operations, which is exactly the same as how Gem 2 is currently structured. And we're also creating a requirement for double counting guidance, just adding that into the regulation as we already have some guidance out there, but we would like to make it stand out within the regulation. So the first more detailed item that I want to talk through on trading is this long-term or future and long-term contract piece. So there's two elements to this. The first is that we are requiring or hope to require that key terms of a long-term contract be reported to the division. And so the key terms, I mean the parties, the credit quantity, the vintage year, potentially the price or other consideration, and anticipated timing of those transactions, but not the contract itself, just the key terms. The second element would be when a facility puts a request in to transact or trade credits bilaterally, that they provide an update on how that is itself is impacting the long-term contract. So what has happened in the long-term contract and what is this particular trade? How is that particular trade impacting the long-term contract? Now, we see the potential for this information to provide some future market activity insight for the division. So, for example, this would assist with market planning purposes. If we can capture information on long-term contracts, that may help us to identify if there might be a significant market imbalance in the future and actually give us time to plan and prepare for that imbalance, which could include, for example, a reconsideration of a third compliance pathway or potentially a fund. Another element that would help us prepare for is any technical system preparation that needs to be made. So if there's a very large transaction that is anticipated, there may need to be some adjustments in the system. It would also provide insight into future market activity, or could potentially provide insight into future market activity for market participants. The more complete information that's available to them and the more widely distributed that information is to all participants, the more likely that we will have a more efficient market. And that will help, or efficient market, I mean, matching the most buyers and sellers with the most number of credits. And finally, we think it would help provide additional transparency into the market for members of the public and community groups, which they have requested. The second trading item I'm going to highlight in some more detail are related to auction transfers. So the proposed requirements are related to extending the transfer deadline post-auction to September 20th, and also outlining the potential process if transfers miss this deadline. The purpose of this is really to provide additional time to the auction winners, which was requested after this first round of auction. So initially they had 60 days to transfer, and they needed additional time to negotiate and finalize the contracts around that. So while they did meet the deadlines in this round, this auction, they requested additional time. So we've extended it as far out as we can without impacting the ability to use those credits from the auction towards compliance. So September 20th gives the buyers 10 days, roughly 10 days before the September 30th deadline, where they would be able to get those credits into their account and retire them if they need them for compliance purposes. And then the ramifications piece is really to make sure that we're maintaining the integrity of the auction and ensuring that those transfers are occurring before that deadline. So if the buyers need them for compliance, they have them for compliance. The third and final trading request item that I'm going to talk about in more detail is related to credit quantities. So the proposed requirements are allowing credit issuance timing, so that's on the division, to be adjusted if there are technical system failures, issues or delays with reported emissions data, or other similar issues. And we've also included a process to adjust credits if GHG reports that come in from the facilities adjust in the future. We currently have that in guidance, but we're planning to pull that into the regulation language itself. All right, that's the trading items. So the final item here is on the transparency revisions. And before we close out our request, we really wanted to bring your attention to these transparency revisions that we are proposing, because we believe that increasing transparency is really a key element of this request. And it stems from program implementation over the last few years, as well as consistent messaging that we've been receiving from environmental, non-governmental organizations and community groups that want more transparency. These are all items that you've seen on previous slides, but we wanted to call them out together in one slide so that you can visually see how many are intended to increase transparency. I'll call out just a couple examples. One is that requirement of third-party review of the Gen 1 audits, and that requirement to be a state contracted process. That not only does it align the Gen 1 audit review requirements with the Gen 2 GHG reduction review requirements, but it also helps to ensure neutrality and objectivity. Another one I'll call out is the allowance of more flexibility in the public comment period for those reviews to occur to be between 30 and 60 days. And this really addresses concerns that were raised by and regulated communities. These transparency measures will help to improve the program as a whole for regulated entities, for the public, and for the division. And some have been specifically requested based on the first few years of implementation. There are also relatively minor adjustments that don't change the compliance pathways and substantive requirements of the rule. So finally, the division respectfully requests that the commission set this matter for rulemaking and consider the proposed revisions to Regulation 27 at the upcoming July rulemaking hearing. And with that, thank you for attention, and we're happy to answer any questions. I'm also going to invite our council up for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Blankenship.
Thank you. May have covered this and I may have missed it, but maybe not. Can you maybe talk to us a little bit about the catalyst or catalysts for this proposed rulemaking? What actually triggered you to come forward with this request?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. It's a great question. So the impetus for this rulemaking originally was the request that the commission put forth in the SBAP of the original rule to establish and come forward with a request for a third compliance mechanism. But while we were developing that, and then over the past 2 years of implementation, like we've been saying, we have found these multiple areas where also, in addition to that, we were planning on bringing forward to improve the functionality, transparency, everything that we've introduced. And so since we have heard from stakeholders broadly, like I said, that, you know, the fund is not needed at this time and they support that, we would still like to move forward with what we feel are really essential improvements, lesser substantive improvements to the rule.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that helped.
Commissioner Sewell.
Yeah, the state auditor, the third party auditor for the verifications, I don't know because I've never gone through it, but is there one contractor or multiple contractors or?
The state would go through the formal contracting process. So for the GEM 2 GHG reduction plans, we did a formal request for proposal process with our fiscal and contracting team that was open publicly, and then selected actually 3 different contractors after going through the state's competitive process and assigned them to different facilities plans based on their expertise. So it would be a similar process. I don't know if we would come out of it with 3 or 1 that would have expertise to kind of look at do all the different audits. That seems a little more unlikely just because of the time frame, but we would make sure that we approve the contractor and then would basically facilitate them auditing the individual EITE.
So there's 3 available or at least 1 for the.
I think we're really open to feedback on this, right? For the GEM 2 process, like I said, we ended up with 3 that really fit the bill, that allowed us to cover. There was, a lot more reduction plans coming in than there's only 4 EITEs that will be going through audit. So it's a little bit of a lesser lift. So that will depend on, if we choose to bring on more than 1, but totally open to ideas and continuing the stakeholder process around what this piece might actually look like. And also, wanting to hear questions and concerns from GEM 1 entities as well, too. We've had some initial conversations with them, but really wanting to understand, any economic impacts this may increase on for them or otherwise. So continuing to work with them.
Thanks.
Other questions?
John.
Yes.
What's the current public comment process that you're adjusting?
For the, I need your help with the second one, the GHG reduction plans and the auction.
Yeah, so there's no public comment process on the auction itself. It's just releasing information.
On which?
On the auction process. There's no public comment period on the auction process.
But the plans and the audits, right?
Plans on the audits have.
That's a question.
Yes.
Auction audit got mixed up in my head.
Yeah. And it's at the moment, it's a 30-day period.
And are those comments submitted to, who responds to the comments? Is the division or the source or the auditor?
The GHG reduction plan comments specifically in the rule, it states it will be a 30-day public comment period. We were requested by multiple local government stakeholders for a 60-day comment period, and we landed at a 45-day comment period for those. So the purpose of creating more flexibility in the rule is because it says only 30 and we actually did 45. So we want to be able to give, so now we say 30 to 60. To answer the next part of your question, the public sent comments to the division. We reviewed them, and actually in this case, we forwarded the relevant comments to the third party because we really wanted the public to be able to comment at a time when it made sense and when it was valuable to them, and when we could actually consider the comments and potentially, have the plan be changed in some way based on those comments. And the time to do that, really was when they were in the hands of the independent third party, because by the time that party certifies them, if we did it on the back end, they're already certified. So changes would have been a lot more difficult. So we forwarded them to the independent third-party contractors. And as part of that process, the contractors in their scope of work were asked to outline, the more substantive comments. What did they change anything in the plans? If not, why not? And then that will all be presented in the public meetings we're planning on the final plans, I think in April. They have not been scheduled yet, but they're coming up in the next couple months.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
Thank you.
I had a question about the fund, and I understand wait and see. I mean, there's been a lot of public outcry, but I was wondering, did industry have anything to say about this? And what is their reaction to this? Anyone interested in it? I mean, it doesn't seem like there was, but.
The Chamber of Commerce did issue a public letter to us in the beginning of December, stating that they do, as a stakeholder group, support not moving forward with the fund in this request because of the new information and light that has been shed on the projections of the credit market, at least in the next, half decade. That being said, I don't want to paint them all the same color. I think there were some industrial stakeholders that still were a bit hesitant and kind of were asking the questions around, okay, well, maybe we don't need it right now, but we don't want to get in a situation where all of a sudden we do need it and it takes a long time to set up, or we don't have that runway to be able to set something up by the time we need it. So how are we going to stay on top of this? To be able to make sure it's in place if we do need it down the road. And I think that's kind of still a question. And one of the reasons why we're asking for some of the extra information we're asking for, to be able to maybe have a little bit of a crystal ball if we can. So.
I don't remember, but I think the fund was predicated on there not being enough credits, isn't that right?
That's correct, Commissioner. Yep.
Isn't even,
for me, the conversation is really is around kind of if there are in the future new requirements, or we're looking post 2030 at more stringent targets, then that conversation changes. And then, credits are even in more demand and the market evens itself out. And maybe at that point, there might be room for consideration of something like this.
Again, remind me, what triggers the availability of a fund? Is that something that the commission has to say, okay, you're not requesting a fund?
No.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Go for it.
Yeah, at the moment, there is nothing in the rule that would require us to trigger us to take a look at the fund. And that is partly why this item around the long-term contracts is included, because that will provide us that crystal ball, that future look at what we anticipate the market to look like. And so if we have that information and we see the potential for imbalance in the other direction, because right now we're seeing an oversupply of credits, but perhaps new regulations coming online, or there's a change in how the on-site reductions are being structured within the reduction plan obligations, then that would give us, okay, we need to take a more serious look at the fund again, and, or maybe not the fund, but a third compliance pathway. They're not able to reduce on-site sufficiently. Looks like the credit market is going to have that imbalance where demand is higher than supply. The facilities are at the moment out of options, or in the near future out of options to comply.
But the regulation is basically staying the same. All you're doing, all we're doing is saying we're going to take a timeout, but in fact, it's all in place.
I would agree with that. I think the division feels that we have, at least for now, completed our charge related to the fund, in language in the SBAP from 2023, designing it, socializing it, establishing a mechanism that absolutely, could work. And really based on the outreach we did early, it just was not, it's not a supported thing, which it was 3 years ago by the majority of the industrial group. So I think our commitment to this commission is to continue to collect information, continue to hear your questions, and especially continue to hear from parties and watch this like a hawk, right? Every year we are getting so much information. And if we did see a need for an adjustment in this way, I would imagine that we wouldn't hesitate to come back to this commission and raise our concerns and get some additional direction perhaps.
So I'm just to continue harping on this.
What triggers it?
Is this going to placate the groups that are pretty dead set against this being in the regulation? And since we're going to be having a hearing and open the regulation, does the scope, in your opinion, if some party came and say, we want to strike this, is that within the scope of this that you're asking for?
That was a two-part question. For the first part, will this placate the parties? I unfortunately can't answer that for them. I hope that they're able to see that, all signs are pointing to a fund will not be needed. We are not requesting it this year for that exact reason. And we have been exceptionally proactive with working with these concerned groups to help improve the rule in other ways as well. And I might need you to clarify the second part of your question, Commissioner, just around the expanded scope.
If someone comes forward as a party and produces a red line, if you will, to strike the fund from the regulation.
The fund is not currently in the regulation.
No, just in the statement of basis of purpose saying, please look at it.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
And that was actually a key point of confusion in 2023, where many stakeholders thought that the fund actually got put as a mechanism in the reg when it never did and has not, it is at this time still in the SBAP. And so the fact that we've, met our obligation as far as assessing an establishment of a fund, I think, it's, at least for now, the end of its story is the way that I'm looking at it.
Shelf ready.
Yes, yes, well said.
Okay, any other questions?
I just had a question. Could you share with me how a new facility might be included in a Gen 2 or even a Gen 1?
Currently, the regulations, it's a great question, Commissioner, were written just to kind of cover a closed universe of existing facilities. It does not address any new entrants into the state at this time. That being said, that's something that we're acutely aware of, and our wheels are turning on how something like that might be addressed. Unlike, for example, the midstream rule had an overall midstream sector cap where new entrants are included in that. But the GEM universe is just closed for these covered facilities. That being said, the industrial manufacturing sector, new entrants would add to that. So we really do need to find a way to encourage facilities to, make the cleanest products in Colorado responsibly, but still make sure that we are hitting our targets and accounting for new entrants into the state in the manufacturing space. So no clear answer for you, but definitely as we continue getting closer to more aggressive targets, it's something that we'll need to find a solution to.
I think I asked this at the last one, but I'll probably continue to ask it. It's how the division thinks about including greenhouse gas emissions from AI type facilities.
It's an excellent question. And I think you did ask it last time.
Is there any thought?
I actually might phone a friend on this. Right? Like to call Matt from our team up here.
Quick one.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Commissioners, Matthew Twyman, Supervisor of the Greenhouse Gas Reporting, Inventory and Reporting Unit in the Climate Program. So excellent question. Right now, data centers, I would not lump those into industrial and manufacturing. Typically, those are, in terms of the NICS codes, would not fall under, I think it's 31 through 33 is the prefixes for the NICS codes that we look at for industrial manufacturing. We're certainly interested in tracking and monitoring them, but trying to find their exact home right now is a little ambiguous. I think we would probably consider putting them under the energy sector broadly, but they're a little unique. We have a few quote unquote data centers that we already monitor. They're small in the grand scheme of things for what's being out there. Typically, what we've seen is they're buying electricity. So they're not part of the reporting scheme that we have. The ones that we do have are generating electricity on site for their own use. So they're power producers, right? Power producers and power consumers at the same time. So yeah, right now I would lean towards not putting them in industrial manufacturing. Okay.
Just to follow up on that, couple of questions. The universe of facilities covered by Gen 1 and then Gen 2 are set by statute. Is that correct?
The universe of the industrial and manufacturing sector is set by statute. For this, and then also the energy intensive trade exposed within that are specifically defined different types of manufacturing operations, which is really with steel, iron, paper mills, and cement. And then beyond that, the rest of the I&M sector is specifically defined as well. So it does have a specific boundaries around the world at which it operates. GEM, without going down a rabbit hole here, the process of scoping these GEM rules was kind of a staged process. We first did GEM 1 to address in the House Bill 19-1261, the requirements around the EIT audit. So we really said, okay, that came first, we'll start there. And then with 21-1266, the Environmental Justice Act, it really set the foundation for us being able to look at the rest of the manufacturers and put additional requirements on them. So that was kind of the birth of GEM 2. And we set the scope, we set the applicability limit at 25,000 tons per year because that is the data at the time we had access to for manufacturers. So all of the facilities that reported emissions data that were categorized in NICS codes 31 through 33, we tried to cover within the GEM world.
All right, so then if a new ethanol plant or a new cement plant popped into Colorado at greater than 25,000 tons, would that be a regulatory modification to incorporate, to cover them? It wouldn't require legislation.
Correct.
Okay. And then a follow-up question on the data centers for you. You said that they're mostly buying electricity. we hear in the news about ones, at least elsewhere, that have backup generators that they're using, and sometimes those are on-site diesel or natural gas. Is that popping up in Colorado, and where does that come into play in your categories?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Right now, I don't have a perfect crystal ball as to what's coming to town and what their sources of energy or energy generation are going to be. I will say that if they produce energy in a means that they're combusting and emitting at least 25,000 tons CO2 equivalent, and they would be reporting their data to us, their emissions data to us. So when I say we don't have a lot of visibility to these yet, there could be several out there, but as far as we can tell, assuming honest reporting, that they would be on the small side right now. So they're just not on our radar. But these larger operations, if they are generating on site, now there can be some loopholes to this, right? They could put something that's technically across the street and run a wire and it's not theirs anymore, but that generator will be known. What we would be missing is who they're selling that electricity to, right? So we know that the large electricity utilities are selling a lot of electricity, but we for our program don't know where that's going. We don't have access to the consumer base. And I'd also like to point out for the new entrants, again, if they're emitting over 25,000 tons, and they meet any of our reporting methodology requirements, we'll at least be monitoring them. The whether they have reduction obligations under the GEM scope, that's.
If there's no other questions, I think we need to look at the scope of notice. And I think we can put that up. You all have that in.
Jenny's gonna pull that up on the screen. I just want to note for the commission that we did receive public comment on February 18th from a number of community groups that I think could fairly be interpreted as an objection to the scope, the draft scope that was provided in the petition. And we can specifically pull up that language if you want to look at it. The letter was from Lori Anderson and Clean Air Force.
Is this the one that was wanting to change the ability of facility like Suncor from buying credits as opposed to doing it in?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, well, can I ask a question?
You may.
I wasn't going to ask this question, but since you raised it, I'm going to ask the question. So we did get, and you alluded to it or didn't allude to, but you mentioned public comments in passing in your opening remarks, Megan. And so we did hear public comment, both Reddit and I can't remember if people spoke to it, but I do remember reading it, that the regulation is flawed. My words, not probably, I'm interpreting that way, because it allows facilities like Suncor, rather than taking internal reductions within their own facility, to buy credits. And therefore, the PICs in the area are impacted by the actual emissions that are occurring and are not benefiting from any overall reduction in the GEM program. And so I think what they're asking is that there be modifications to the rule, which you're not proposing, but modification to the rule to somehow probably make it more difficult to use credit. Because the argument, as I read it, was that the commenters believed that there were actual technologies that could be employed, in this case by Suncor, to reduce emissions. You probably saw them. Probably not telling you anything you don't already know. So what would your comment be to that?
We did receive the letter and definitely appreciate those groups taking the time.
Please.
We absolutely saw the letter and appreciate the groups taking the time to write such a such a thoughtful letter and really sharing with us their concerns about the rule. The numbers that they shared on Suncor, around 75% proposed to buy credits are relative. I mean, they're accurate at this time. The plan has not been certified as final, but based on the draft plan, that is what it's looking like. The rule does not put limitations in that sense on credit purchases. The way that the rule really drives on-site reductions, first and foremost, is through the negotiated cost effectiveness threshold that's currently documented in the rule, and was adopted by the commission in 2023. The kind of fundamental element of this rule to drive on-site reductions was you have to do on-site measures up to an average cost of X. And then if it's in a facilities in or near a disproportionately impacted community, it's 1.5 times X. And all of our analysis was based on those economic impacts and projections based on that number. If we were to limit the amount of credits that a facility is able to use, the foundational way the rule works will have to be, I mean, it would be completely changed. The cost effectiveness piece of it would no longer really be applicable. And there's some key fundamental aspects of the rule that would require, a full overhaul. At this time, I think, because, as I was saying, the impetus for this rulemaking really was the fund. And then that was the main stakeholder feedback we heard. We pulled back on it. And at this point, just say, well, we would really like to still see these in functional improvements move forward. I think the division at this time recommends sticking to the scope that we're currently proposing for multiple reasons. Our outreach was focused on the SCARF and the improvements and clarifications, and we really didn't pursue a lot of outreach around these bigger fundamental changes that we're seeing proposed in this letter, which is, I think, a concern to us, making sure that we have enough time to process something like that, as well as the emission reduction plans that have been currently put forth do show that we are going to be exceeding the GHG reduction targets, and then also seeing significant co-pollution reduction from various facilities, including the Suncor facility. And I think Cecilia do you have another point or two?
Yeah, thank you. So I do want to, without discounting the recognition of concerns around Suncor, I do want to point out that all the credits that were generated in the first year, so the over 175,000 credits, all of those credits were generated by facilities that are located in Colorado disproportionately impacted communities. And so we're seeing facilities located in Colorado disproportionately impacted communities go above and beyond their requirements within Regulation 27 early, so before the 2030 requirement. And associated with that, there are co-pollutant reductions that are occurring within those facilities in those disproportionately impacted communities that are generating those credits. So there is progress in the communities that these community members and ourselves, we are concerned about. And so, we're moving in the right direction. And while Suncor maybe isn't hitting what the community is looking for at this point, there are requirements come 2030 that they have to reduce a portion of their their greenhouse gas emissions through on-site measures, and that will be associated with co-pollutant reductions as well. So I just wanted to point that piece out as well.
I may be not remembering this right, but I thought that a source that wanted to buy credits in a DIC had to be, the credits needed to be from another source that is close to one source is close to the other, and I thought maybe it was 2 miles or something.
I think you're referring to the requirement that facilities located in or around a disproportionately impacted community have that 150% of the social cost of carbon requirement for their greenhouse gas reduction plan. But there is currently no restriction around trading.
Credits come from.
Exactly. Yeah, we track that. So all of that information is in the system. But I will point out that the majority of the facilities are located within a the GEM facilities are located within a disproportionately impacted community. And therefore, the majority of credits that are coming out of into the market are from.
It could be from a different community.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
14 out of 17, I believe, located in or near a disproportionately impacted community.
So, John,
Yes.
can I ask a question, please? So kind of going back to my earlier question about public comment, you said Suncor's plan has not been finalized or certified yet. I don't know.
Correct.
Once it has been, is there an appeal process that the community can reach out to the division and ask you to intervene?
There was not one written into the regulation there's not one in the regulation. If it exists through other means, I'm not aware of it legally, but I do want to point out that we had got significant comments on the Suncor draft plan and forwarded them all to the independent third parties. And also know that the independent third party that we did assign to them for that review has been working on the review for 8 months. And is, from the division perspective, doing an incredibly thorough, robust job digging into the different aspects of their plan to certify all of their numbers. There isn't a repeal process, but I'm really hoping that the community will, bring questions forward during these presentations, especially around the review process. And that's part of these presentations, is for these contractors to share, this is the process we followed. These are the issues we found. These are the ideas that we got from the public comment. This is, the public comments that we didn't, think were applicable and why, and opening up to be as transparent as we can for that process.
So my other question is about the scope. So assuming for the sake of argument that we don't want to open up these more foundational aspects, do you think the language that says updates to the credit and trading system, including regarding credit issuance and the auction process, is problematic?
Yeah, that's a question I had.
It's right after Energy Star.
Final sentence, Commissioner McKeon, which would limit the scope of all of the foregoing. That would be my suggestion, that we read all of this together.
I think I'm all right with that.
Since you're the hearing chair, you gotta.
I know. I want to set it off now. I don't want to have to deal with it later, right?
I will read the proposed scope of notice. The Air Quality Control Commission will hold a rulemaking hearing to consider limited revisions to regulation number 27 to improve the functionality of the regulations programs, clarify existing requirements and compliance pathways, and increase transparency for the public. The revisions are intended to be limited to, and the hearing will address potential revisions addressing cleanup, clarification, and updates to certain aspects of the rule. Typographical, grammatical, formatting, and streamlining updates throughout the regulation, alignment of definitions, requirements, and deadlines across state law and among the regulated entities. Approve requirements for data completeness, accuracy, and market integrity, including regarding annual emissions reports for covered facilities, greenhouse gas credit transfers, and greenhouse gas gas. I was doing good.
I'm glad I'm.
Quantities, potential changes to federal reporting requirements and the federal Energy Star program. And updates to the credit and trading system, including regarding credit issuance and auction process. The hearing will not address fundamental changes to how the programs operate, including emission reduction requirements or the GHG credit and trading system.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? He's 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's lots more to chat about, and we'll see you in July to talk about it all. Really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe we've come to the end of the meeting unless somebody has some pressing business. You have pressing business,
I
Shane?
don't have pressing, but I had a question,
Happy press. Go ahead.
but I don't know if anyone can answer it. There was a letter from Adams County in the public comment from Kaya Stockman about the Suncor refinery report and that there was inadequate involvement for comment. And I'm wondering if anyone is gonna address that. You did and I missed it because I was late. Okay.
I think
We brought it up with Michael during the, during his report.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks. Yeah, and apologies to all commissioners for being late.
Link to our
Yeah.
YouTube channel.
Yeah.
With the timestamp for that portion.
That'd be great, that'd be great. Thanks.
Let's call. Meeting is adjourned. It is 5 p.m.
do not take